Good morning, all of you. So we'll start with Economic Survey 25-26 discussion. Those who are attending online, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay, first of all, one thing, I'm actually assuming that you are very thorough with basic concepts in economics. Okay, that is a prerequisite for attending today's class. Okay, so once I say like inflation or GDP or balance of payment, current account deficit, fiscal deficit, you should be able to connect it. Okay, this class is not about explaining the basic terminologies. I'm not going to explain what is GDP, what is inflation, what is CAD, what is fiscal deficit, what is balance of trade, balance of payment. No basic concepts being explained in the class. Okay, so that is one thing. Second thing is, see, this year's economic survey is very bulky. Okay, I don't know how many of you have gone through it. It has got 17 chapters. The last chapter, 16, has got two parts, part A and part B. Okay, so it won't be able to discuss each and every line of economic survey in the class. That is not at all possible. So we'll be covering all the chapters in a very structured manner. Okay, so you'll get an overall idea for writing mains answer as also for answering questions in prelims. Okay, and also I want you to read the chapters of economic survey. Okay, some chapters of original economic survey you have to read, especially the preface part of the survey plus the first chapter. Okay, that is from the original economic survey you have to read. Don't read any consolidated material from any institute, including ours. We'll be actually providing one consolidated summary of economic survey. Okay, that will be shared to you today. But I want you to read the original economic survey, right? Now, if I talk about economic survey, every year economic survey is released one day prior to the budget, that is January 31st, but this year it is released on January 29th. So the question is, what is very special about this year's economic survey? That is number one. Number two is, how is it different from last year's economic survey? Okay, number two. Number three is, what is the central theme of this year's economic survey? Now, to understand the theme of this year's economic survey, you also need to understand the theme of last 2 years' economic survey. This is not an isolated document. Okay, what all we have actually being what reflected in last year's economic survey, this has been a continuation of that. Getting it? So in order to have a holistic understanding regarding what is this year's theme of what is given in this year's economic survey, you should have like at least understand what is the theme, what is the background under which, on which this the last 2 years economic survey has been written. Okay, then we'll be actually talking about all the 17 chapters of this year's economic survey in a very structured manner. Okay, so it will be like some chapters will be actually taken by me and some chapters will be taken by Ratish sir. Okay, so this today, the 4 hours, I'll be taking the class, and also the next day I think we'll be having class on Wednesday, 4 hours, so I will be taking. Then the coming days, we'll be actually taking together like 2 hours each. Okay, so that is how we are planning to cover the entire economic survey as well as the budget. So budget in the sense, we won't be having any separate discussion on budget. Whatever is being there in the budget with respect to the specific topics, we will discuss then and there. Okay, for example, if we talk about agriculture, we'll be actually talking about what is given in economic survey with respect to agriculture, plus the budgetary provisions of agriculture with budgetary provisions with respect to agriculture. So there is no separated discussion with respect to budget as well. Is that clear? Okay. Now, if I talk about economic survey, you know that economic survey, what the document contains. What is your understanding regarding what is given in that particular document? That particular document contains what has taken place in the last 1 year in India and also rest of the world with respect to economic performance. Understanding it? So that is what is economic survey is. Economic survey actually gives us what? A comprehensive analysis with respect to what has been taken place with respect to global economy as well as Indian economy in the last 1 year. Okay, so what are the policies? What are the objectives we have set in the beginning of the year, out of which the target, how much, like to what extent we are able to achieve that particular target, what are the constraints or issues which we have faced, and also what is the way forward for the coming years. This is what economic survey is all about. And you know that who prepares this economic survey? Ministry of Finance. Which department of Ministry of Finance? Department of Economic Affairs, the economic division of Department of Economic Affairs. So these are very basic things, you might be already knowing it. Right. So under the guidance of, we have Chief Economic Advisor. Okay, that is how this entire survey has been written. Okay, I'm not getting into such details. Directly starting with the how we are actually going to deal with the survey. Okay, so the structure of the discussion. I'm actually dividing the entire document into 3 parts. Okay. The first part will be actually a report card of Indian economy. A report card of Indian economy. Okay. Next, you have social development section and economic development section. So I'm dividing the survey into like 3 parts. It is, one is report card of Indian economy, and you have it like social development sector and economic development sector. All the entire 17 chapters has been divided like this. Now, if I talk about report card of Indian economy, what do you mean by report card of Indian economy? Report card of Indian economy, we are trying to analyze how Indian economy has been performing in the last 1 year. Right? I told you economic survey is nothing but 1 year history, 1 year economic history. Right. So how Indian economy has been performing in the last 1 year. Getting it? So this actually includes, one is performance. Okay. Then issues. Then reforms needed. And think about what is the way forward. All right. Is that clear? Performance, issues, and reforms needed. We'll actually analyze the performance, the overall performance of Indian economy. Then we'll talk about what are the constraints, what are the issues Indian economy has been facing right now, and also how we can actually move forward. Okay, what are the various reforms needed in various sectors. Okay, so this is what the report card of Indian economy is. Is that clear? Now, if I talk about the performance of Indian economy, if I want to analyze the performance of Indian economy, okay, so there are actually two parts. Two parts in the sense, if I want to analyze the performance of myself, one is basically, it is basically how I am performing with respect to my past performance. Okay, that is one area. Second thing is how I am performing with respect to others. Right. Now, here also with respect to the performance, you need to actually take two kind of analysis here. One is how India has been performing with respect to world. Understanding it? We need to understand how global economy has been performing, right? And with respect to that, how Indian economy has been performing. Okay, so we should have what? We should have thorough understanding regarding what is the performance of global economy, in what direction global economy has been going. Understanding it. Then compare it with what? Then India can be compared with world. Global economy, we are actually talking about advanced economy, emerging economies, other economies. Understanding it. That is one thing. Second thing is, I need to analyze India versus itself. Suppose in your mains, General Studies paper 3C, take it from me. In General Studies paper 3, every year, the first two questions will be actually based on this report card of Indian economy. Okay, every year, one or two questions will be there. Most probably the first question itself will be report card of Indian economy. So if somebody is asking you to analyze the performance of Indian economy in a very structured manner, you need to analyze. You have to write a very structured answer. Right, so you have to perform, you have to actually analyze India versus world and India versus itself. Now the question is, so here you know that you are comparing global economy versus Indian economy. Now India versus itself, how can you do that particular analysis? We can do that particular analysis using different macroeconomic indicators. Understanding it? We take different indicators. We take indicators like what? GDP, inflation, unemployment rate, then current account deficit, fiscal deficit, right? External sector, foreign exchange reserves. AC working. Okay, so we are actually analyzing the performance of what? We are actually analyzing the performance of India versus itself. That means using macroeconomic indicators. So here we should have a detailed analysis with respect to what? GDP. Getting it? This year, how GDP has been performing with respect to last few years. You need to actually analyze the trend. See, here data or facts is not important. The most importantly, the trend is important. Understanding it? Getting it? So after the COVID, what is the GDP performance of India? Understanding it? What India has been doing with respect to inflation? Getting it? With respect to balance of payment, current account deficit, fiscal deficit, monetary policies, how banks are been performing, how non-banking sectors has been performing. Understanding it? So once you actually read this, because once you know the trend only, you will be able to write excellent answers for your mains. Okay, you need to actually memorize the data of current year. Okay, not all data with respect to the major indicators. That should be there. But at the same time, you need to analyze it with respect to the previous year. Previous year data you don't have to remember, but at least the trend you have to remember. Is that clear? So India versus itself is nothing but what? We are actually performing, we are actually analyzing the performance of Indian economy with respect to what? With respect to different macroeconomic indicators. We'll take each indicator. GDP, inflation, current account deficit, then different sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, service sector, Okay, so that is how we'll actually discuss this. Okay, then issues and reforms needed. Now, if I talk about this particular block, the report card of Indian economy, this we'll be analyzing using the chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 14, 16A, 16B. Okay. So how many chapters are 5 plus 3? Sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Plus 16B, 8. 8 chapters. Okay. So I will be actually dealing with these 8 chapters. Okay. Now if I talk about social development, we have chapter 10, 11, 12, 13. And economic development, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 15. Okay, I'll just give you an overall idea regarding what are this chapter all about. The first chapter is state of economy. You will be getting a general idea regarding how Indian economy has been performing. Okay, general idea. Getting it? So state of economy chapter, I want you to read it from the original economic survey. You need to actually read it from original economic survey. Plus, before that, there is something called preface given in original economic survey. That also you have to read from original economic survey. These 2 chapters reading from original survey is a must. Okay? Clear? So the first chapter is state of economy. Then chapter 2 to 5. In chapter 2 to 5, what economic survey is actually doing is, economic survey is actually talking about each indicator in detail. Chapter 2 is all about fiscal development. Chapter 3 is all about monetary development. Chapter 4 is external sector. Chapter 5 is inflation. Getting it? Then 14, 16A, 16B. 14 is related to the evolution of AI ecosystem in India. 16A and B, it is actually talking about the future prospect, what we have to do. Getting it? So it's all about the reforms needed. 14, 16A, 16B, it is all about what? Reforms needed. Understanding it? So the first one, performance and issues, you'll be getting from 1 to 5. And 14, 16AB, reforms needed. Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes. Now the social development 10, 12, and 13. 10 is talking about environment and climate change. 11 is education and health. 12 is employment and skill development. 13 is rural development. Okay, so all the social sector part. Okay. Now this economic development part, it is 6, 7, 8, 9, and 15. 6 is agriculture, 7 is services, 8 is industry, 9 is investment infrastructure, and 15 is urbanization. Getting it? So this should be your structure you have to keep in mind. See, everything you have to actually study it in a structured manner. Okay, then only you will be able to link it and write structured answer in mains. Okay, if you actually study it in a structured manner, it is very easy to write structured answers. Getting it? And also if I talk about the social development, I'm talking about like 10, 12, like environment. You can use those in what? In GS3 environment. Then you have like education and health. You can use those data or analysis in social justice, in GS2 social justice. Understanding it? So in that way you can actually utilize the data which is being there in economic survey. This is clear? Yes or no? Yes, okay. Now, Let us talk about the theme. Theme of economic survey. '23, '24, I'm not going beyond this. '23, '24, the theme of economic survey is Stockdale paradox. In '24, '25, last year, it is deregulation, strategic investment, AI for growth. AI for growth and climatic adaptation. Okay. So 23, 24, it is Stockdale paradox. What do you mean by Stockdale paradox? See, in 23, 24, what happened was, after COVID, Indian economy has been in a very high speed recovery phase. All right. So in that particular scenario, everyone started saying that India will achieve 7% growth. Okay. All the international organizations, everyone started saying that India will achieve 7% growth. But our chief economic advisor says that we will achieve only 6.4 to 6.5% growth, because we started foreseeing certain domestic and international challenges. Understood? We actually started foreseeing certain domestic and international challenges. Okay? So, our chief economic advisor said that we need to actually plan things to incorporate those challenges. Okay? So the thing is very clear. We are optimistic about the future, no doubt. Okay? But we are also ready to face the adversities. Okay, that is how we are actually planning our policies. That is called Stockdale paradox. Understanding it? We accept the reality. We are actually foreseeing some challenges. We are actually convinced that, okay, there are certain risks that is going to happen in domestic as well as international market that is going to affect our economic performances. Okay? So we are ready to We are optimistic about the future, but we are ready to face the adversities also. That is how we actually we plan our policies. That is what we call it as Stockdale paradox. Okay, so this was the theme, the background on which 23-24 economic survey has been written. By incorporating all those adversities. Okay, that is what economic survey says. See, another thing is, I can actually, what I am teaching you is what economic survey says. Understanding it? Okay, and also once you actually start analyzing the economic survey, you might be having your own opinion regarding various economic policies, etc. That is doesn't matter here. Okay, we are actually preparing for UPSC examination, and economic survey document, you have to write your economics answer, GS3 answer, as per what is written in economic survey. Understanding it? Yeah. So it is basically, so this is what is 23-24 this happened. In 24-25, last year, deregulation, then strategic investment, AI for growth, and climatic adaptation. That means, what are the drivers of growth? The drivers of growth, the major driver of growth is deregulation. deregulation as a key strategy to boost India's growth, to boost India's competitiveness. Okay, last year's economic survey says that government need to actually take steps for deregulation. And government has already taken steps also. We have new labor codes has been released. Getting it? So likewise, government has taken many steps for deregulation. Last year's economic survey says that we need to actually focus on setting up of AI centers. We need to focus on adaptation and emission mitigation strategies with respect to climate change. Understanding it? We need to actually focus on adaptation and emission mitigation strategies with respect to climate change. That means what? We need to actually promote energy security from diversified sources. Okay, we cannot actually simply depend on single source. We need to actually diversify energy security sources. Okay, so last year's economic survey says that if you do all this, we can achieve Vikasit Bharat by 2047. This is what last year's economic survey says. Okay, now coming to this year's economic survey. Now, if you compare last year's survey and this year's survey, if you will be actually, if you read the preface of this year's survey, you will get to know that there has been certain changes which has been incorporated in this year's economic survey. That means this year's economic survey has been reconfigured. One is, last year's economic survey has got only 13 chapters. This year's economic survey has got 17 chapters. So that means economic survey has become more voluminous. Okay, and also most importantly, in the preface of this year's economic survey itself, it has mentioned that they have actually changed the order of the chapters. Understanding it? The order of the chapters. And what the economic survey, the preface of economic survey, this year's economic survey says is, the order, the arrangement of chapters has been changed. That means this year economic survey, the arrangement of chapters with respect to last year has been changed because the chapters has been arranged based on the depth and time relevance of national priorities. Understanding it? What is the change that you see in this year's economic survey? This year, the second chapter is fiscal policy. Getting it? Last year it was related to monetary policy, monetary development. This year, fiscal policy has been what is given as the second chapter. So we have been focusing more on what? Fiscal policy. The government policies, the government focus more on what? Fiscal policy. Understanding it, yes or no? Then you have like third chapter monetary policy, fourth chapter related to balance of payment. So they have rearranged the chapter in the order of importance and depth. Understanding it? So what it is actually giving the information, what is the perception the government is trying to give us? Government is trying to actually tell us that government is giving more importance to fiscal policies. Government is giving more importance to revenue, expenditure, taxes. Understanding it? Government priority is what? Collecting taxes. Okay, so this is the second change you see in this year's economic survey. And the third change you see in this year's economic survey is government has said that we have actually added 3 more new chapters. One is evolution of AI. A chapter has been dedicated for that. Second is urbanization, quality of life, focusing on quality of life, talking about India's urbanization challenges. And third, the most important, is a chapter 4, that is a 16th chapter. 16th chapter has got 2 parts, A and B, talking about the role of state capacity and private sector. In achieving, write down, the role of state capacity and private sector in achieving strategic resilience, underline strategic resilience, and strategic indispensability, underline strategic indispensability. We'll discuss in detail about what is strategic resilience, what is strategic indispensability. Okay, this is a very important term. Right. So this is how this year's economic survey is different from last year's economic survey. The most importantly, the order of the change in the order of chapters, government is more giving more importance to the fiscal policies. Okay. Now, having said this, let us talk about the theme of this year's economic survey. See, why we are actually discussing about the theme? Why we are actually discussing about the theme is, the theme of economic survey will actually help us to understand what is government having in mind with respect to growth and development. Okay, that is the overall theme. In which direction the government is planning to take the economic policy forward. Understanding it? That is what that is why it is very important to understand the theme of economic survey. Right. Right. Now, this year's economic survey theme, if I talk about, this year economic survey starting by saying that across the world there is uncertainty. So risk is there. Okay, we'll talk about what are the risks, what are the challenges across the world in a separate discussion. So it is basically, economic survey says that India is actually placed in a world where uncertainty is there all around. Okay. In this particular situation, what we have to do? First thing we have to do is, we need to accept the fact that there is uncertainty. We need to understand it. We need to accept it. There is uncertainty around the world. That reality, we need to accept it. Okay. Second thing is, only after accepting that there is uncertainty, we'll be able to what? We'll be able to plan to overcome those uncertainty. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is, this is all about the attitude. Okay, what kind of attitude? We have to accept the reality and we need to plan it. Okay, with respect to your UPSC preparation, you need to actually accept the fact that if you don't know, if you are not performing in a particular subject, you need to come out of the comfort zone and you need to accept the reality that, okay, this particular subject, for example, geography, is basically what? Okay, I'm not doing well in geography, so I need to actually what? I need to spend more time on that particular subject, and I need to actually plan my studies accordingly. Otherwise, what happened? You will be actually in that comfort zone, and on the prelims examination, you won't be able to answer the questions. So don't cheat yourself. Okay, it's all about the attitude we are actually talking about. Getting it? So one thing is, the first thing is, we need to understand what? We need to understand there is uncertainty, and we need to actually what? Plan. We need to make a plan to overcome the uncertainty. Okay, if we actually doing this, India will definitely achieve sustainable, inclusive growth. Getting it? Now, economic survey says that our attitude should be of entrepreneurial state. Our attitudes should be of an entrepreneur. Okay? Economic survey is actually saying this by borrowing the concept given by Mariana Mazzucato, an economist. In the economic survey itself, it is actually given. Borrowing her this particular concept, her phrase, what she said is, write down, state machinery needs to become an entrepreneurial state. Mariana Mazzucato, an economist, she actually said that the state machinery needs to be an entrepreneurial state. So what is the theme 1? The theme 1 of economic survey is entrepreneurial policy under uncertainty.
So can you repeat that, please?
The theme 1 is entrepreneurial policy under uncertainty. Entrepreneurial policy under uncertainty. You know that the different factors of production, which are they? Land, labor, capital, entrepreneur. Getting it? So the economist, she actually talks about how a state can lead to high economic growth. How a state can lead to high economic growth, balancing it with sustainability, inclusivity, and development. This is our idea of Vikasit Bharat. Getting it? We need to actually balance sustainability, inclusivity, development, and growth. So what should be the attitude of the state? The attitude of the state should be that of an entrepreneur. Getting it? An entrepreneur who is running a business, he'll actually foresee the various risks, and he'll actually make policy accordingly. So we need to actually what? We need to account for all the uncertainties. Okay? So we should act in a fear-free manner. The state should act in a brave manner. The state should act in a fear-free manner by incorporating what? By incorporating all the uncertainties. Understanding it? Now, so it is basically what? It is basically a business-like attitude is what government should have. Government should have a business-like attitude. Having said this, government should have a business-like attitude. Having said this, economic survey actually says that this entrepreneurial state should not be misunderstood. Misunderstood in the sense, economic survey very specifically said that, see, government should have a business-like attitude. But it doesn't mean that, it doesn't imply the commercialization of the state. Understanding it? It doesn't imply what? State capitalism. Understanding it? It doesn't imply that we are giving more privilege to private sector. That is not the case. Understanding it? Economic survey says that the theme, what the government should have a attitude of an entrepreneur. A business-like attitude government should have, the state should have. It doesn't mean that what? We should give higher priority to private sector, ignoring everything, or we should actually go for the entire commercialization of the state, or we should actually promote state capitalism. No. Understanding it? What it says, it's only talking about the business-like attitude, that attitude. So what kind of attitude it should be? It should be that what? The government, the attitude. Step number 1 is the government should accept that there is risk. Understanding it? The government should accept that there is risk. That means we have trade war happening across the world. We have like what? US-Iran crisis, the war going on. We have like what? The Venezuela crisis happened. Russia-Ukraine war. So once you accept that attitude, we need to incorporate in our plan. Okay, so it very specifically said that don't wait for the risk to happen. You anticipate it. Somebody is asking chapter 5 Eda. Chapter 5, which one I said? Inflation. Chapter 5 is inflation. Theme of this year's economic survey, I'm actually discussing that. The first theme is, what is the first theme of economic survey? Entrepreneurial policy under uncertainty. Okay, so it is basically like what? We need to actually anticipate the risk, include those risks in our plan. Do experimenting. Have the brave attitude. Even if the situation is against you, you keep moving. That is how you run a business. The same kind of attitude the state should have. Understanding it? Yes or no? Yes. So, it is basically, the economic survey uses certain jargon, certain phrases to define this entrepreneurial phase. These phrases are very important. You have to use these phrases in your answers in General Studies paper 3. Then only you will be getting marks in General Studies paper 3. Economic survey actually says that the state should act like a business, state should act like an entrepreneur. It means that now state is acting like a regulator or a controller. So that from regulation and control, there should be a shift towards enabling. Understanding it? The state should act as an enabler, not as a regulator. Okay, so entrepreneurial state means the state should act before a risk emerges. Understanding it? Anticipate that risk and avoid that risk. Understanding it? This is what is an entrepreneurial state. Is that clear? Yes or no? Yes. So economic survey actually says that, see, we are saying that this year's theme number 1 is entrepreneurial policy making under uncertainty. But India has already began this particular process. Understanding it? India has already began to see some elements of this entrepreneurial state in all its policy making. Understanding it? We have not defined it, but we already done it. To some extent, we have been doing it. For example, we started, one is, economic survey says that the creation of mission mode platform in semiconductor and green hydrogen. India is actually foreseeing some risk. Understanding it? India is actually foreseeing some risk, and we started what? We started anticipating it, and we started what? We started doing things. Is that clear? So what India has done, you can write it down. Number 1, India has done is the creation of mission mode platform. The creation of mission mode platform in semiconductor and green hydrogen. Okay. Number 2, we have done a restructuring of public procurement. Restructuring of public procurement for innovation. Number 3, state level deregulation.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Could you please do the second point once again?
Second point is, what I said? Restructuring of public procurement for innovation. Restructuring of public procurement for innovation. Okay. Number 3, state level deregulation. State level deregulation that replaces inspection based control underline inspection based control with trust based compliance. Trust based compliance. Okay. So economic survey says that we have been doing it. We already started doing, we already started thinking what? Like an entrepreneurial state. So these are actually the early signs of what? The early signs of entrepreneurial state that India shows. And we need to actually continue doing it in a more aggressive manner in the coming year, in 26-27. Understanding it? So understanding that there are certain risks coming up with respect to what? With respect to resources. Okay, so we started doing certain things, anticipating that risk. We started deregulation in order to make the process easier. Understanding, so we started doing some innovations. So these are the early signs of entrepreneurial state that India shows. And economic survey says that we need to do it on a very aggressive basis in this coming year, in 26-27. So that is the government, that is the point, or that is the attitude of government towards the policies in the coming year. Is this clear? Yes or no? So this is theme number 1. See, this theme has been reflected in all the chapters of economic survey. So understanding the theme is very important. In what direction the government is actually what? Taking its policies. Then only you'll be getting a clear picture regarding what? While reading not economic survey, any economic policy of the government. Understanding it? Tomorrow if you actually read something, a new policy that government of India in your newspaper, you can easily connect it with what? theme number 1. That is how you write the answer. Understanding it? See, this policy, government is actually implementing its policy. Like what? Like an entrepreneurial state. So entrepreneurial state is actually the keyword or the phrase. You can use it in your answer. See, use these phrases in your answer, then only you will be getting marks for it in what? In General Studies paper 3. Don't write it in layman's language. Understanding it? So this is theme number 1. Now, theme number 2. Write down. Running a marathon and a sprint at the same time. Running a marathon and a sprint at the same time. What does that mean? Economic survey says that India must run a marathon and a sprint at the same time, simultaneously. That means run a marathon as if it were a sprint. What does that mean? Sprint means short term. Marathon means long term. Okay, so we should have short term policies. We should have long term policies. These two policies exist simultaneously. In very simple terms, economic survey says that government should address immediate problems. For example, if there is any problem with respect to MSMEs, okay, government should come up with what? MSME growth policy. That is an example of what? Short-term policy. At the same time, government should come up with what? What we have to do to become Vikasit Bharat by 2047. That is, long-term stability also should be achieved. So this long-term policy should be in a time-bound manner.
Last പറഞ്ഞ line ഒന്നും കൂടെ പറയാവോ?
We should actually go for the long-term policies, or long-term policy should be in a time-bound manner.
Okay, sir.
Okay, so economic survey actually says that, write down, this is important, this term is important. We should actually focus on strategic sobriety, SOBRIETY, rather than defensive pessimism. Defensive pessimism means setting up of like very low expectations. Strategic sobriety, SOBRIETY, rather than defensive pessimism. What does that mean? It means that strategic sobriety means, it means that we should actually come up with a very disciplined approach. disciplined approach to growth. Understanding it? That means, disciplined approach means we should balance the short-term developmental sprint with long-term sustainable marathon. Balancing short-term developmental sprint with long-term sustainable marathon. That is what we call it as strategic sobriety. A disciplined approach which balances short-term developmental sprint with long-term sustainable marathon. Okay, then only we will be able to navigate through this global disruption and also achieve high domestic growth. See, economic survey actually says that, see, even the world is going through different risk, uncertainty, chaos, etc., India is relatively better off. India is relatively better off than most of the countries of the world. Okay, due to what? Due to its strong macroeconomic fundamentals. Due to the strong macroeconomic fundamentals, India is actually what? India is doing better than many other countries. Okay, for example, we have strong or large domestic market. Okay, we have strong, like large or strong high forex reserves. Okay, so we have all the buffer to navigate through what? This global uncertainties. So there is global uncertainties, the financial volatile environment is there around us. Understanding it? So what we have to do is, one is, we have to actually go for what? We have to actually go for the sprint-like policies to address immediate issues. At the same time, we have to go for what? We have to go for long-term sustainable policies. Okay, so that means, in other words, I can say that we have to actually go forward, we have to actually focus on domestic growth maximization. At the same time, we have to focus on this shock absorption, because world is actually giving what? So many shocks. Every day, it is actually giving us so many shocks. Understanding it? So we have policies that absorbs that shocks and also maximize what? Maximize the domestic growth. So this is the second. So first theme was entrepreneurial policy making under uncertainties. Second theme was running a marathon and a sprint at the same time. And the third theme is economic survey talks about 3 elements. What are these 3 elements? Number 1, state capacity. Number 2, society. And number 3, deregulation. Deregulation has been a part of the theme in last year policy, this year policy as well. Okay. Number 3, deregulation in the pursuit of Vikasit Bharat and global influence. In the pursuit of Vikasit Bharat and global influence. Can you give me an example of, I talked about shock absorption, right? Can you give me an example in the current context? For example, suppose some state is actually saying that is putting tariff. Okay, So what if that is actually a shock for us? In response to that, you try to find out partners in what? If US is actually putting tariff on us, your policy should be what? You should keep everything ready that once that shock is there, we should respond. Respond in such a way that you find partners in Europe or South America or etc. Understanding it? So don't act in a paralyzed manner. That is what is shock absorption means. Understanding it? Getting it? So you need to take steps with respect to what? Maximize our domestic growth. And second is shock absorption. If somebody is actually giving a shock, you need to respond it. So you need to anticipate it. Okay, this is going to happen. You keep everything ready. Okay, then respond to that. If US is actually imposing tariff on us, you respond it by getting new partners in Europe or South America or elsewhere. That is what is shock absorption is. Okay. Now coming to the third theme, we talked about 3 elements. Economic survey talking about 3 elements. Vigasit Bharat and global influence. Somebody is online, someone in online asking. Vigasit Bharat and global influence. It is state capacity, society, and deregulation in pursuit of Vigasit Bharat and global influence. Now, if I talk about state, you know that in a democracy, state is the agency empowered to deliver and entrusted with responsibility for development. State has to take actions for development and growth in a democracy. So state should be what? In order to deliver its goal, state should upskill, state should reskill. So economic survey says upskill, reskill. And mentally prepared to play a different game if uncertainty arises. Okay, that means once there is uncertainty, the entire ground, the entire terrain is different, even hostile. Okay, so the rules which we are actually playing before does not apply to the new game, because the world is actually changing every day. New issues, new uncertainties, new risks are coming up. So we need to actually change the strategy, how we play. The old strategy don't work. We have to come up with what? New strategies. For that, what state has to do? State has to upskill. State has to reskill. This is the job of the state. Okay. So economic survey says that policy reforms matter. Policy reforms should be there. But process reforms are more important. I'm talking about what? I'm talking about which element I'm talking about? Deregulation. Understanding it. So economic survey says that policy reforms matter, but at the same time, process reforms are important. Process means what? Process means the interaction between the government and the people. That is a process. So what actually determines whether a policy is success or failure? What actually determines the success of a particular policy? Once it should reach the people, it should make some changes in the life of the people. Otherwise, policy will be only on paper. Understanding it? So for this to happen, what should be there? Process reforms should be there. You got the point? Policy reforms means what? You are actually making the policies you are putting in the paper. That is called policy reforms. But if you want to make, or what actually determines the success of a policy, how it is being implemented, what changes it actually makes in the society. Understanding it or not? For that, what is important? Process reforms are important. So economic survey says that process reforms are important. And that is why economic survey actually says that we have come up with deregulation. Last year, we have come up with the deregulation. That means government is changing its role from where? From regulation and control to enabling. And economic survey uses the phrase. That means we need to choose Shreya over Preya. These phrases has been there in what? In last, if you see last 10, 12 years, any documents, you can see so many phrases like this. So Shreya versus Preya. Shreya means what? It means enduring good. Preya means the short-term good or short-term populism, that is Preya. Shreya means long-term reforms. Understanding it? So, economic survey says that a mature mind always chooses long-term reforms. Immature mind settles for short-term things. So we have to actually look for what? Long-term reforms. So economic survey says that the global environment is being replaced every day by geopolitical realignment is there, trade war is there, tariff is there. Okay, then you have that supply chain is being broken. So we need to what? We need to actually build resilience. We need to innovate. And we have to actually what? We have that, then only we can actually achieve Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So the theme number 3 is, it is basically state capacity. Capacity means capacity of the government, role of the government. Then society, society means role of the society and private sector. Okay, so private sector and society has got a role to play, government has a role to play, and also deregulation. Deregulation means unnecessary laws should be removed. Deregulation means you are actually reducing the government's interference. Reducing the government's interference. That is the reason, for example, deregulation, regulating, deleting the or reducing the government's interference. That is where our labor laws has been converted into 4 labor codes last year. Simplified it. That is what is deregulation. So if all 3 happens, India becomes Vikasit Bharat. Getting it? This is theme. The 3rd theme. So 1, 2, and 3. So we are done with the discussion with respect to the theme of economic survey. Any questions? Any questions from your side? See, if you want to utilize the full benefit out of this, you need to read the preface and chapter 1 today itself. Okay. Now you will be getting the background, many things in mind. So read it and consolidate it today itself. Got it? Okay. Now moving on, coming to here, report card of Indian economy. In report card of Indian economy, I'm actually talking about the performance, issues and reforms. Today, we'll try to complete 3 chapters, 1, 16A and 16B. Okay. Chapter number 1 is state of economy. State of economy actually talks about what? Overall picture regarding India versus world, India versus itself. Not a detailed analysis of some indicators, 2, 3, 4, 5, that you will discuss in the coming classes. You'll get a general idea regarding how an Indian economy has been performing. For that, you need to understand India versus world, India versus itself. That gives us chapter 1. 16A and 16B talks about the way forward. Okay, what should be the way forward? What are the reforms needed? That means we discussed about 3 themes. That 3 themes will be expanded into various reforms. And this is what we have to do to become Vikasit Bharat by 2047. Is that clear? Right. So 1, 16A and 16B. We'll try to complete these 3 chapters today. Okay. Now, as I told you, in order to understand the performance of Indian economy, the first thing is India versus world. This is what we are trying to understand. To understand India versus world, you need to understand how global economy has been performing. Okay. Economic survey uses the term used in economic survey is polycrisis. What do you mean by polycrisis? Polycrisis means everyone in the world facing crisis. You know that we are facing geopolitical crisis, and the primary source is tariff. Okay? Actually, it is not about tariff. It is basically, it's about uncertainty regarding tariff. Getting it? Uncertainty. One day, US President will come up and say like, okay, this is the tariff. Next day, he will say some other things. Okay, the very next day, he'll impose something else. So it is not tariff, it is basically uncertainty regarding the tariff. That is one crisis we have. Apart from that, we have the geopolitical tensions across the world. You have Greenland, Iran, Ukraine. So, economic survey says that the global economy remains fragile and diverging. Global economy remains fragile and diverging. So why it is fragile and diverging? One is intensified geopolitical tensions. Intensified geopolitical tensions. You have Russia-Ukraine war happening in the last 4 years. Then you have Iran-US war happening right now. Then you have Venezuela tension happened. All these geopolitical, and also geopolitical tension is getting intensified every day. Okay. Then number 2 is trade fragmentation. So you have to use these term itself in your answer. That is the reason why many aspirants are getting low marks in general studies paper 3. Because after the exams, everybody actually think that, okay, I have written all the 20 questions. Okay, but you will end up scoring less in paper 3. In GS3, if you want to score high marks, you need to include these phrases used in economic survey. Understanding it's very important. You need to actually come up with different diagrams, block diagrams, or any kind of diagrams. Understanding it, then only you'll be able to, and write it in a very logical, structured manner. Then only you'll be getting marks in general studies paper 3. Paper 3 is actually, getting marks in paper 3 is actually very easy if you understand the core demand. Otherwise, what happens is, you'll actually feel that after the exam, I have written all the 20 questions, but you will actually end up in getting less mark in GS3. Okay, so trade fragmentation. So trade fragmentation, it is basically, that has been the new trend. That means what? It is basically what? Trump is actually imposing tariff on goods, like goods and services. So fragmentation. What is trade fragmentation? Because of this, what happens is, for example, India, you take the example of India, India is actually what, making free trade agreements with different countries. Getting it? So new groups, new friendships, new groups are actually evolving. And also what? Some countries are actually trading with only those countries, not allowing to trade to any other country. So all those, the trade has been fragmented because of what? Because of this tariff, because of the uncertainty in tariff. Getting it? Now what happens is, because of this 1 and 2, you have financial vulnerabilities. Financial vulnerabilities. How this 1 and 2 causing financial vulnerabilities? If you analyze that from the India's perspective, you know that India is actually importing major part of like the oils. More than 80% import, like oil is actually, we are actually importing. Because of geopolitical tensions, what happens? Crude oil price is actually increasing. Getting it? If the crude oil prices increases, what happens? What will happen to our import bill? Import bill will increase. Getting it? If import bill will increase, what will happen to inflation? Inflation increases. Understanding it? That will actually create what? More macroeconomic problems. Everything is linked. So whatever happens in the world, that will have an impact in our daily life. We are actually, what, right now we are actually suffering. We are experiencing it. Understanding it, the world, everything is what? It's so connected. Getting it? So because of 1 and 2, what happens? Financial vulnerabilities happens. So once you write points in your answer, you need to connect it. Okay, that is how you'll get marks. You need to logically connect it. And this logical connected thing, you can actually represent using different diagrams. That is how you make innovations in your answer. Okay, these, see, 1, 2, 3, all these points, you already know it. This is not the first time you are actually, hearing this. But the way I have actually presented it, the terms which have been used it, understanding it, that is how you have to write it in your answer. Understanding it, trade fragmentation. How trade fragmentation is causing financial vulnerabilities. How intensified geopolitical tensions causing financial vulnerability. Those terms we have to actually use it with examples. Okay, right. So this is, so economic survey says that what global economy is actually fragile and diverging. What do you mean by diverging? What is global divergence? Economic survey says global divergence happening. What does that mean? Global divergence happening means it's basically global economy is not growing at the same pace. Everyone is not growing at the same pace. I'll give you an example. If you look at last 1 year, US and India are what? Are progressing rapidly. Europe has its own problems. Europe is actually what? Slowing down. China has its own problems. Getting it? Deflationary trends happening in China. Property crisis happening in China. We'll deal with that. So that means not everyone is progressing together. There is divergence. One is progressing, one is going on the other side. That is what is called, what we call it as divergence. Understanding it? Yes or no? So once you read global divergence, this should actually come up in your mind. So global divergence means what? Everyone is actually not progressing at the same pace. If you see last 1 year, US and India progressing rapidly. China has its own problems with respect to deflation or property crisis. Europe is slowing down. Okay, so what I'm trying to say is the dynamics of growth, the dynamics of inflation is different everywhere. If I talk about the US becomes stronger due to AI boom. Getting it? Europe is having slow growth, stagnation happening in Eurozone. China, as I told you, deflation trends, property crisis happening. Okay, that is one kind of divergence. Understanding it? Everyone is not progressing at the same pace. Another type of divergence also happening. We have policy divergence. That means countries are coming up with what? Different policies. Countries are coming up with different policies. If I talk about the central banks of different countries, they are actually what? They are coming up with the different kinds of policies. Some with expansionary policy. Some like just opposite. Now tell me, what is the impact of this policy divergence? What is the impact of this policy divergence? See, if central bank of different countries started pursuing different kinds of policies, now what will happen is, this will cause a significant volatility in capital flows. That is the impact. Money will actually start moving to the areas where they get high returns. Can you give me an example? Because of due to the AI boom in US, the foreign investors, foreign portfolio investors withdraw money from emerging markets like India. That's an example. Getting it or not? So what I'm saying is, if I talk about the term diverging, this has got a deeper meaning. Divergence. You have like what? You have different types of divergence. One is with respect to the growth. Every country is not growing at the same pace. You can give examples. Understanding it? So this is how you have to write your answers. Diverging. So global divergence. One are of two types. One is what? With respect to growth. Growth divergence. One is with respect to what? Policy divergence. Understanding it? Growth divergence. Example, India, US, rapidly growing. This is with respect to AI boom. Number two, Eurozone. Getting it? You have like what? It is actually stagnant. Okay, slowing down. Number three, China has got what? Its own problems with respect to property crisis. China has got deflationary trend. This is one type of divergence. So you have to actually think it in different perspective. Okay, this is not given in economic survey. This is how you actually develop your own answers, your own analysis. Normally what happens is, if there is a question related to this, everyone will write it, world is diverging. Diverging means moving in opposite direction. Nothing beyond that. But you need to actually develop a in-depth analysis. Okay, economic survey only talks about, economic survey just give one statement. One statement that the world is actually what? The world is fragmented, or the world remains fragile and diverging, nothing more than that. From that inference, with the information you have, you need to develop it. Then you have something called policy divergence. Example, you have it like what? You can write about what? You can write about the central banks of the different countries pursuing different policies. And what is the impact of that? The impact is, for example, due to the AI boom in US, what happened? You have the foreign portfolio investors from India taking money out of India, emerging countries like India, and started investing there. So the problem with respect to this policy divergence, that means central bank coming up with different policy, is it is basically that actually causes significant volatility in the capital flows. Understand, the money will actually what? Start moving to the areas which they started getting more returns. Understanding it? So the net point is, the nutshell point is, the global economy is not a single uniform entity. It is what? It is fragmented, it is fragile, it is diverging, it is unpredictable. 4 words you have. Understanding it? It is fragmented, it is fragile, it is diverging, it is unpredictable.
The board is second point വായിക്കാവോ?
Which one?
Second point.
Second point regarding what?
Before China.
This one. This is Eurozone slowing down.
Okay.
I'm moving a bit fast, but I'm repeating things so that you will be able to. Okay, repeating in the sense, otherwise, if I'm going very slow, I can say it only once. If I start repeating only, it will get registered in your mind. Okay, I can't do both. I can go slow and I can't repeat, because then I won't be able to finish it in that particular timeline. Okay,
so can you repeat last point also?
Last one I'm talking about China.
No,
Okay,
this
the global economy, what I said is, global economy is diverging, global economy is fragmented, global economy is fragile, global economy is unpredictable. Okay. Now another important trend which we actually see in global it is called, this is a very important term, it is called economic statecraft. Economic statecraft. Global economy is not a single entity. Somebody asked in online chat, what I said is global economy is not a single uniform entity. Yeah. It is not a single uniform entity. Okay. Can you say once more regarding Shreya versus Preya debate? See, Shreya versus Preya debate is nothing but we have to actually focus more on the long-term things rather than the short-term. Short-term populistic measures, that is called Preya. Shreya means long-term goals. Okay, we should not settle for what? Short-term things. We should always have long-term things in mind. Is that clear, Melvin? Yeah, I think I have answered all the questions. Okay, fine. Now, economic survey says that globally what happens is there is something called economic. So what we are discussing right now, we are analyzing what is happening with respect to world. Okay, what is happening with respect to the world economy. So economic survey says that there is a trend of economic statecraft. What do you mean by economic statecraft? Economic statecraft means the countries are deliberately using economic tools for national security. Okay, we are using economic tools for geopolitical interest. For example, I don't want you to buy oil from Russia. Okay. Best example, that is called economic statecraft. Understanding it, for geopolitical interest, US is actually using what? Economic tools. Okay, so what actually happened is, see, so deliberate use of economic tools. Economic tools means, I'm talking about like tariff, capital flow, trade, sanctions, for achieving what? Geopolitical interest, for achieving what? National security. So this is very different from using economic policies. Okay, they are not using economic policies. So this term is what we call it as economic statecraft. Okay, now the question is why countries are actually, what are the drivers of economic statecraft? If I talk about the drivers of economic statecraft, this is economic statecraft. What are the drivers? Why countries started using it? One is they're having a trust deficit between the nations. Okay, a lot of trust breakdown happened. Okay. Then supply chain weaponization. Then ultra-nationalism. This is how you can actually come up with diagrams. Drivers of economic statecraft. One is ultranationalism. Ultranationalism is what? Inward-looking policies. Trust breakdown. This trust breakdown due to what? Due to geopolitical tensions, etc. There has been a trust breakdown, and also supply chain weaponization. Supply chain weaponization. You have a global supply chain. Okay. So the one country is actually what? If one country actually breaks it, the entire distribution, it will actually get affected. So countries started using what? Economic tools for their geopolitical interest. Okay. So economic survey says that in this background, this is the background, this is how global economy, this is what global economy, this is what is happening with respect to global economy. So in this background, we need to actually come up with what? We need to actually come up with what is called as strategic indispensability. What do you mean by strategic indispensability? That means we should become non-substitutable. Understanding it? We should become non-substitutable. We should actually come up with goods and services that cannot be easily substituted. Substituted.
Sir,
Yeah.
can you repeat the previous one?
What I said is strategic indispensability. So this is what is happening with respect to world. The only solution for India is what? We should become strategic indispensability. Indispensability means we should become non-substitutable. We should become that much important that nobody should be able to ignore us. Got the point? Understanding it? At least in one goods or one services, at least in one thing, we should become that important. At least in one thing of that global supply chain. Understanding it? We should become that much important. So that means we should become the central part of global supply chain. To become the center of GVC, global value chain, global supply chain. Then what will happen to the vulnerability? Decreases. Understanding it? So we are in a world of what? We are in a world of economic statecraft. This is how you have to write. We are in a world of economic statecraft. So the only solution for our strategy is we have to become strategic indispensable. Strategic indispensability should be our strategy. You should become that much important that you should become that much center to the global value chain in such a way that nobody can easily substitute us. Nobody can easily ignore us. Because now we are living in a world where economic tools becomes strategic weapons. Economics is the new battlefield. Understanding it? Foreign policy is determined by what? Economic policies. Understanding it? So economics is the new battlefield. So economic tools becomes the strategic weapons. Understanding it? So if I talk about the global, the context, the economic survey uses like the word polycrisis. Everyone is having their own crisis. okay? And we have geopolitical tensions are there. Then you have trade fragmentations, tariff, etc. is there. Because of that, we have financial vulnerabilities happening. Okay, now if I talk about financial vulnerabilities, we can actually talk about like what, reducing the FDI flows in emerging economies. That is happening. Then primary deficit becomes larger in most of the economies. Okay, so because of this, you have like world has been more, then you have like world has been diverging. You have growth divergence happening at one hand, you have policy divergence happening at the other hand. The world has become more fragile, more unpredictable, understanding it. And in this background, now everyone is actually using what? Economic tools as strategic weapons. And that is what we called as, we are in the world of economic statecraft. And the only solution is what? Only solution is we need to actually come up with strategic indispensability. So this is basically like, this is how world economy, what is happening in world economy. Now, if I talk about the numbers with respect to the world economy, if we talk about world GDP, the world GDP is 3.3 in 2025, 3.2 in 2026, and the projection for 2027 is again 3.2. Global. Okay. If I talk about US, US it is 2.1, 2.4, 2. 2.1, 2.4, 2. Okay. GDP. In Europe, it is 1.4 in 2025, 1.3, 1.7. One 1.3, 1.4. 1.4, 1.7, 1.4. 1.4, 1.3, 1.4. Okay. India, IMF says 2025, 7.3. 2026, 6.4. 27, 6.4. 6.4. 7.3, 6.4, 6.4. This is what IMF says, not economic survey, IMF says. So see, world is actually what? The world growth is not that significant. Economic survey calls, write down, India as an oasis. Economic survey calls India as an oasis of macroeconomic stability in a turbulent world. Economic survey calls India as an oasis of macroeconomic stability in a turbulent world. That means the world is very disturbed. A world, the growth is actually distributed. It's not that significant. But India shows stability. It is what economic survey says. Understanding it? So India versus world. The first point, India versus world. India has been doing well with respect to the world economy. Okay, so what is the overall conclusion here? So overall conclusion with respect to India versus world is, India is doing well. Okay. Now we need to understand how, to what extent India has been doing well. We just concluded that India has been doing well. To what extent, in what indicators, we need to actually prove it with the help of what? Different macroeconomic indicators. That is what we talk about, India versus itself. We'll take each indicator, GDP, inflation, etc., etc., And we'll talk about how India has been performing with respect to each of these indicators. We'll take a break and then we'll continue. Any questions till now? I hope that structure is very clear, right? Yes or no? So we started with the theme. We talked about the theme of last 2 years. We talked about this year's theme. So theme should be set. Theme means that stage. Okay, that background is set. So every chapter has to be connected to that what? Theme. Whatever you read in your newspaper from today for the next 1 year, you need to actually connect it with all these 3 themes. In every answer, you can actually come up with this theme. Then we start discussing about the global economy, what is happening with respect to the global economy, and finally the numbers. And we have concluded that with the numbers of IMF, India has been doing well with respect to the world. And in the next session, after 20 minutes, we'll actually talk about to what extent India has been doing good, and also what are the reforms needed. We talked about strategic indispensability, but we need to understand like how we can actually reach that strategic indispensability. So we need so many reforms to achieve that strategic indispensability. We set the goal. What is the goal? It is strategic indispensability. We have to become non-substitutable. Okay, so in talk about like in reforms needed, there are so many reforms that is to be implemented to reach that particular stage. So that also we'll discuss in the next session with the help of the 16 A and B chapters. So we'll take a break for 20 minutes. Now it is 11:20. We'll start at 11:40. Okay, in between the first 5 minutes, I'll take queries with respect to what we have discussed today, till now. So in between you have any queries, just note it down. In the beginning of the session, I'll answer all your queries. Okay, right, thank you. തുടങ്ങാം. So let us talk about the performance of India with respect to different macroeconomic indicators. India versus itself. First macroeconomic indicator I'm talking about is GDP. Okay, before that, any questions till now? What is property crisis in China? We'll discuss. Okay, just wait for some time. Okay. GDP calculate. If I say GDP is like, IMF says India's GDP 2025 is 7.3. What does that mean? 7.3 compared to? 7.3% growth happened. Understanding it? That is what it means. Okay, don't take 7.3 as a number. 7.3% growth happened. Okay, yeah. Now, let's see economic survey. IMF says that 2023 7.3, 2026, 2027 6.4. Economic survey says in 25-26, okay, 2025, it is 7.4. Now, what is the significance of this number is, it is the 4th consecutive year India has been becoming the highest growing major economy. Understanding it? Echo in the mic. GDP of India is less than, okay. See, GDP, I just told you, like, we are actually talking about the percentage. Okay, don't compare like the numbers. Okay, it is like 2.1 number and 7.4 number. Okay, don't compare those numbers. Yeah. So it is the 4th consecutive year we are the highest growing major economy. And in 26-27, it is between 6.8 to 7.2. Now, economic survey is not able to give a specific number. Economic survey is actually given a range. Please note that. Next year it is a range because due to the global uncertainty. We are actually going through a very uncertain period. So, economic survey says that we are actually taking a range between 6.8 to 7.2 depending on the global uncertainty. Understanding it? But definitely India will be able to grow at around 7%. Now, if you look at the per capita income is also growing, increasing. So rate of growth of GDP is increasing, per capita income is increasing in our country. So with respect to GDP, we are doing good. Okay, now, once you read this, any articles related to economics or an economic survey, you will actually encounter the term headwind, tailwind. What do you mean by headwind? Tailwind means what? Tailwind means wind which is actually coming from behind. So that wind actually will push us. Understanding it? Headwind means what? Wind which is coming from here. This is headwind. It will actually move us backward. Understanding it? So headwind means what? Headwind means which is something which is actually slowing the growth. Tailwind means which is actually pushing the growth. Understanding it? Now, if I talk about the growth, the major driver of the growth, the tailwind, if I talk about, it is what? It is consumption. And what is a headwind? Headwind is export. I hope you are aware of GDP is equal to, aggregate demand is equal to C plus I plus G plus NX. NX is net export. Any component increases, GDP increases. Any component decreases, GDP decreases. Aggregate demand decreases. Correct? Now, what is C? Consumption. Consumption by private. Consumption by household. What is I? Investment. What is G? Government spending. What is NX? Net export. Okay. What is the major driver of growth? It is consumption. Major driver is consumption. Private consumption is still rising. It is the major driver. So what is the tailwind here? Consumption. What is the headwind here? Export. Tailwind means, headwind means wind which is coming to slow our growth. So export is not a growth driver due to tensions, due to uncertainty. Understanding it? Export is not a growth driver. Now, if I talk about the consumption, okay. Now, if I talk about this GDP, I hope in the economics you have studied about demand side as well as the supply side. What is demand side? The consumption, the investment, all these are demand side. What is supply side? What is growth coming from supply side? I'm talking about what? Manufacturing, services, etc. Okay. Now, see here. If I talk about this, see, you consider economy as an engine. Okay. This engine has got two parts. One is private consumption. Two is investment. Investment means the company is actually building new factories, new machineries, etc. Consumption means people are buying. Understanding it? When these two parts or these two factors functions well, the economy will accelerate. And it is basically, I'm talking about the growth story is basically what? It's strong. It's we have like strong domestic demand happening. If consumption is increasing, if investment is increasing, we have domestic demand happening. Getting it? So what I'm trying to say is, the hero of Indian economy, it is nothing but private consumption. Now with respect to this private consumption, if I talk about the percentage, it comprises of 61.5%. It is the highest in share of GDP from financial year 11-12, financial year 2012. If you take the numbers, private consumption is 61.5% as a total share of GDP. Okay, so this contributes to 61.5%. And most importantly, consumption, you have consumption in rural India as well as urban India. Rural India is one of the major contributor. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means growth has become more democratized. Yes or no? Rural consumption is high. Rural India is actually contributing to significant share. That means growth has become more democratized, broad-based. I'll come to that. Alone down, we are actually talking about a policy which is called as import substitution. I'll come to that. Okay, so government is saying that our GDP is increasing. One of the reason is private consumption expenditure has been really good. It is around 62%. And also, like government expenditure is also increasing. Government expenditure is increasing by 7%. Government expenditure means what? Government investing in infrastructure. Understanding it? So government expenditure increasing, private consumption increasing, GDP will be good. Okay. Now, in our case, we have something interesting happening here. It is called crowding in effect. What is crowding in effect? That means government actually spending in infrastructure, that will actually motivates private also to invest. That is called crowding in effect. Understanding it? Public capex is actually what? Increasing, that is motivating the private people to invest. That will actually give motivation for the private sector to invest. So that is one of the important significant feature of our growth story. Crowding in effect. But our worry is what? Our export will be less. If export is less, what will happen? Domestic production will be less. Understanding it? Due to the global uncertainties, if export is more, production will more to export. If export is at the production will be less. So global trade is actually what? It's a cause of worry. Understanding it? So our GDP overall we have been doing good. The major driver of GDP is consumption, and it is the government expenditure is also increasing. That is actually motivating the private also to invest. So we have an interesting feature which is called as crowding in effect, which is happening. That's actually a good sign with respect to the growth. But our worry is something like, due to the global uncertainties, due to the tariff, due to the trade wars, etc., the export is getting affected. That may cause what? Decrease in the domestic production as well. So global trade is actually a cause of worry. But overall GDP, we are actually doing good with respect to the world. We are actually doing good with respect to the major economies. Understanding it? So overall GDP, we have been doing good. Is that clear? So this is the demand side. Now coming to the supply side. In supply side, if I talk about agriculture and allied sectors, agriculture growth is 3.1%. Now, one of the most interesting feature which we actually see it in our agriculture sector is, it is basically, you know that our agriculture is majorly depending on monsoon. Okay. So, one of the strategy that should be used to stabilize the unpredictability of monsoon is we need to diversify it. Getting it? So diversification is important. That will actually reduces the dependency on monsoon. So this has been witnessing in Indian agricultural sector. That means with respect to the crop, there is always that volatility is there. That volatile growth in crop is always there because it is always determined by the monsoon. And monsoon is not something which is in our hands. Okay, in Indian agriculture, it is like the structural trend, you see it in Indian agricultural sector is, the volatile crop growth is increasingly offsetted by allied sectors. Understanding it? The volatile crop growth is, the volatile growth in crop is balanced by stability in allied sectors. Which all sectors? I'm talking about livestock, I'm talking about fisheries, I'm talking about dairy. Okay.
So,
Yes.
so allied sectors എന്നാണോ പറഞ്ഞത്?
Allied sectors. Allied sectors means what? You might have studied in economics. Allied sectors means it is not crop, the non-crop sectors, agriculture and allied sectors. You're talking about fisheries, dairy, all these are allied sectors. Livestock. Then with respect to the supply side growth, if I talk about manufacturing growing at 7%. And survey says that in the nominal terms, if you look at manufacturing, it seems to be declining, but the overall share, it's stable. Manufacturing still have like 17 to 18% share. 7%. Manufacturing 7%, overall share is still 17 to 18%. Services growing at 9.1%. Okay, so GDP, it is basically 7.4% despite all the challenges. On the demand side, it is basically, I'm talking about the consumption, private consumption, that has been the hero of Indian economy. Okay, and also with respect to the supply side, majorly it is manufacturing and services. And also agriculture, also like the crop growth volatility, the volatility in crop, that growth in crop is stabilized by the allied sectors. So that sector has also been doing fine. Okay, so it is basically, the growth is balanced based on the demand, domestic factors, demand side as well as the supply side. Is this clear? Yes or no? Now, if I talk about inflation, headline inflation declined. See, I'm not talking about why it is declined, what is the trend in decline, etc. I'm not talking about right now. In the next class, we have a separate chapter on inflation. Okay, there is one chapter number 5 is on inflation. We'll have a detailed discussion regarding inflation. Okay, here I'm only looking at the overall trend. So headline inflation is declining because food prices has declined. Core inflation. Persistent, not jumped too much. So inflation wise, survey says that we are stable, and survey actually projects that the inflation, survey expects that inflation will be under control. Two things happens. One is GST rationalization, which is happening. Number 2 is good monsoon. Okay, so overall right now we are stable, and we expect it to be stable depending on 2 factors. One is good monsoon, and number 2 is GST rationalization. So see, growth plus inflation. With respect to growth, we are doing good, we are expected to do good. Inflation, it is under control, expected to be stable. So economic survey says that we are expecting growth in future. We are saying that inflation is normal. India is in a good position. These 2 are the major factors. Inflation, we are able to control it. Understanding it. So despite some major changes happening, what happens is India is actually in a good position with respect to growth and inflation. We are able to control the inflation, and we are able to achieve the growth numbers. Clear? Now coming to balance of payment. Balance of payment also we'll discuss in detail in a chapter. We have a chapter called external sector. We'll discuss in detail. So balance of payment, if I talk about the RBI prepares this balance of payment and releases every നിങ്ങൾ എക്കണോമിക്സ് പഠിച്ചിട്ടല്ലേ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നതല്ലേ? Every quarter it releases, and it is planning to release it on monthly basis now. Balance of payment includes what all? Current account, capital account, plus forex. What is current account? Export on goods and services, invisibles. Services plus all invisibles. What is capital account? Foreign investment, NRI deposits, all these are capital account. Forex reserves. If I talk about forex reserves, in January 2026, the forex reserve is around $701.4 billion. It's increasing. Okay, 2026. So we are in a good position. Import cover. Write down import cover 11 months. What does that mean? How much money we have to pay for our imports? 11 months cushion we have. Next, forex reserve divided by external debt. Write down forex reserve divided by external debt. 94%. What does that mean? 95% of the money can be easily returned right now. Our external debt has declined. So overall, we have been doing good. Hello. External debt has been declined. We have huge forex reserves. Economic survey says that overall we have been doing good. We are not like government won't do that kind of analysis, right? Government will always try to project what. That's what I said. Like you are supposed to study what is given in the economic survey. Okay, you might be having your own analysis, you might be having your own everything, but what you have to write in, I'm only talking about in UPSC perspective. Okay, my objective here is the task given to me is to enable you with the content to write a GS3 answer. Okay, so that is the only thing we are discussing. We are not discussing anything else. We are actually confining our discussion within that particular boundaries. Okay. Now, if I talk about current account, if I talk about the share of India in global merchandise export, it has been doubled. In 2005, it is just 1%. In 2024, it is 1.8%.
Can I repeat that?
The share of India in global merchandise goods has been doubled. In 2005, it is 1%. Currently, it is 2024, it is 1.8%. It has been doubled. Okay. Current account deficit, it's manageable right now, 0.8% of GDP. It is manageable. We have that merchandise trade deficit. It is offsetted by service surplus. You might have studied it in economics. Trade, we always have deficit, but it has been offsetted by surplus. So services, the growth of services has been good. The rate of growth in services has been good. It is 13.6%. So ഇതിൻ്റെ ഒരു full picture കിട്ടണമെങ്കിൽ you should know what is current account, what is CAD, etc. I'm not going to explain any of those. Okay, I'm just giving you the trend only. അങ്ങനെ നമ്മൾ ഓരോന്നും എക്സ്പ്ലെയിൻ ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങിയാൽ ഇതൊന്നും തീരില്ല. The rate of growth of services, it is 13.6%. It has been good. 13.6. So what I said with respect to CAD, it is manageable. 0.8% of GDP is our CAD, current account deficit. It is manageable because merchandise trade deficit is easily managed by the service surplus. Okay. Oh. 1.8. That is the share of trade in the global. India's share in global merchandise trade. 2024 and 2005. 2005 it was 1%. In 2024 it has been doubled. In last 20 years it has been doubled. 1.8. Almost doubled. That is share of India in global merchandise export. Global goods export. Remittances. We always have the world's highest remittances. FDI increased 16% increase. FPI portfolio What happened? Declined. What is the reason for decline? AI boom. Due to the AI boom impact in US, our FPI declined. FDI increased. Overall FDI in the last 1 year increased. Around 16% there has been an increase. FDI is long term and stable. FPI is short term. Okay. Rupee depreciation 6.5%. But economic survey says that it is very normal. It is an orderly arrangement, orderly adjustment, nothing to panic. Rupee depreciation is 6.5%. Depreciation is there. Economic survey says it is an orderly adjustment. We don't need to panic. Okay. Now coming to the fiscal health of the government. Now tell me what it includes. We have a revenue budget and capital budget. Revenue budget means what? Daily thing. Like capital budget means long-term assets. Revenue budget has got two parts. Which are they? Revenue receipt and revenue expenditure. Revenue receipt includes what all? Tax collection, non-tax collection, etc. Revenue expenditure, salary, pensions to run the day-to-day business. Right. Now if I talk about the rate of growth of revenue receipt improved by 9.2%. The rate of growth of revenue receipt improved 9.2%. The rate of growth of revenue expenditure improved 1.8%. What does that mean? Revenue receipt is increasing at a higher rate. Is it good or bad? Good. Revenue receipt is increasing at higher rate. GST collection increased. If I talk about the rate of growth of GST collection, it is 6.7%. Okay. Now if I talk about direct tax, if I talk about the taxpayers base, what does that mean? How many people are paying taxes? That base has been increased. That's a healthy sign. Okay. In financial year 22, it is 6.9 crore, and in 25 it is 9.2 crore. 6.9 crore people paid tax in 22, 9.2 crore people paid tax in 25.
Now
9.2. That is showing a healthy sign. Now if you look at the capital budget, if I talk about capital expenditure, okay, tell me what is, have you heard about the term effective capital expenditure? What does that mean? It is basically capital expenditure by the central government plus the center is actually giving grant in aid to state. Okay, you might have studied it in economics, so I'm not getting into that. So if I talk about that effective capital expenditure, if I talk about it pre-COVID versus now, pre-COVID it was 2.7% of GDP. Now it is 4%. It improved. It's a good thing. Effective capital expenditure. Effective capital expenditure increased. Before COVID it was 2.7% of GDP and now it is 4%. Now, rate of growth of capital expenditure. This is effective capital expenditure. Now I'm talking about rate of growth of capital expenditure. It is 6.7%. Now see here, see, now you got some numbers with respect to revenue expenditure, capital expenditure, revenue receipt. Now you see, revenue expenditure, what is the rate of growth? 1.8%. Revenue expenditure is for what? Salaries, pensions, etc. What is the rate of growth of capital expenditure? 6.7. So that means, you see, rate of growth of capital expenditure is greater than rate of growth of revenue expenditure. Is it good or bad? It's good. What does it shows? It shows the quality of expenditure is good. That means, with respect to expenditure, we are more focusing on what? Capacity building. That should be the analysis. These analysis, you have to write it in your answers. Understanding it? The revenue expenditure is growing at 1.8%. Capital expenditure is going at 6.7%. It means that your capital expenditure is growing at a faster rate than revenue expenditure. That actually shows that the quality, the how we spend money. The how we spend money, that has been what? It is actually good. Government is actually spending money wisely. Government is managing the finance very wisely. We have been more focusing on what? Capacity building. The quality of expenditure is good. Understanding it? Now Government of India says that the credit rating agency S&P rating has actually upgraded India's rating. It was BBB minus to BBB. Why? Because of our commitment to fiscal glide path. Because of our commitment to spend money wisely. Fiscal glide path and we'll actually study it in fiscal policy. Fiscal glide path is nothing but we are able to reduce the fiscal deficit. So the credit rating agency S&P rating actually acknowledged that we have been spending, government has been spending money wisely, our quality of expenditure is good. Okay, we are actually borrowing money, not for paying pensions or salaries, for capacity building. So they upgraded our rating. Overall tax collection increased. Personal income tax collection increased. Okay, so with respect to the fiscal policies, in one line we can say that India is in the path of fiscal consolidation. What is the target we have? What is the fiscal deficit target? 4.4. In 2026, our target is 4.4% fiscal deficit. So India is in the path of fiscal consolidation with the focus on high quality capital expenditure. Okay. So because of this, what will happen to the borrowing cost? Because of this, India's borrowing cost will come down. That's not significant. BBB minus to BBB. Just say that we have improved it. That's it.
Sir,
Yeah.
fiscal deficit target and
Fiscal deficit, what I said,
number parayo.
glide path എന്നാണ് ഞാൻ use ചെയ്ത term. That you don't worry about it. That we'll actually discuss in the fiscal policy. Chapter number 2 is fiscal policy. We'll discuss in that. Fiscal deficit glide path is nothing but we were able to reduce the glide. This is what is called gliding. Gliding. We were able to reduce the fiscal deficit. Okay, that is a glide path. Okay.
So, and the percentage, church.
Fiscal deficit is 4.4.
Okay, thank you.
4.4% of GDP in financial year 26. Okay, so our personal tax collection is increasing, income tax collection is increasing, gross tax collection is increasing. No, തുറന്നിടോ ഭയങ്കര ചൂടെടുക്കുന്നില്ലേ ചൂടെടുക്കുന്നില്ലേ AC വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല അവിടെ അത് അടച്ചാൽ ചൂടെടുക്കുമോ AC നിൽക്കില്ല AC പുറത്തേക്ക് പോവോ ഓക്കെ ബാക്കിൽ AC വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ടോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നില്ല ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടോ ഓക്കെ ഞാൻ ഒന്ന് പറയാം അവിടെ നാളത്തേക്ക് ശരിയാക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഓക്കെ നൗ ബാങ്കിങ് സിസ്റ്റം ഇടയ്ക്ക് നമ്മൾ കഷ്ടപ്പെട്ട് പഠിക്കുന്നതൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ് ഞാനെവിടെ കഷ്ടപ്പെടുന്നോ ഞാൻ ഓക്കെ അതൊക്കെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഓർമ്മയുണ്ടാവും സർവീസൊക്കെ കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ I think you have actually I think 2016 iLearn തുടങ്ങിയ സമയത്ത് we don't have like ഇങ്ങനത്തെ ഒരു ഇൻഫ്രാസ്ട്രക്ചർ സംഭവങ്ങളൊന്നും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നില്ല. We have been that Mullasheri Towers, it's in the 4th floor. Okay, so everyone has to, and the lift was not working, so everyone has to actually take the stairs. And I think you can still see that video in the YouTube. Like we have the Kerala topper Atul. Atul is like he was rank 13. In the felicitation something he actually started saying that like one day ഞാനത് മറന്നു പോയിരുന്നു one day actually I think it was the last class of geography, he was a geography optional student. അപ്പോൾ ഒരു 6-7 മണിയാകുമ്പോൾ കറണ്ട് പോയി okay, and I wanted to finish the class also, so I don't want to extend the class. So what I did is like I asked everyone to എന്താ പറയുക നിങ്ങളുടെ മൊബൈലിൻ്റെ എന്താ പറയുക ഇത് ടോർച്ച് flash on ആക്കി വെച്ചിട്ട് then we took class and completed it like that. Okay, so no, what I'm trying to say is like അതൊക്കെ like it has been a memory. മനസ്സിലാവുന്നില്ലേ കിട്ടിക്കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പം what he was like he was thinking about it and that was actually a memory. So that is how it happened. If at least like you have a good classroom, you have AC, everything. This was in I think in 20 okay, this happened in 2016. Yeah, and also it was very difficult, like you have like it was happening in the 4th floor, ഭയങ്കര ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ടായിരുന്നു. അവിടുത്തെ ലിഫ്റ്റ് ഒരിക്കലും വർക്ക് ചെയ്യില്ലായിരുന്നു. സോ എപ്പോഴും നമ്മളിങ്ങനെ ഈ സ്റ്റേഴ്സ് കയറിയിട്ട് മേലെത്തുമ്പോഴേക്കും എല്ലാവരും വേർക്കും. ഇറ്റ് വാസ് വെരി ഡിഫിക്കൽട്ട് ദാറ്റ് ടൈം. Okay, now come back. So fiscal policy, it has been like India in the path of fiscal consolidation with a focus on high quality capital expenditure. Now banking system, how the banking system, if I talk about banking system, the gross NPA is at historic low, is at historic low.
Repeat there.
Gross NPA is at historic low. So that means what? The bank has got strong capacity to lend for economic growth. Bank is at good healthy position. I don't know whether you know about the asset quality review which happened in 2015. You might have studied in economics. 2015 asset quality review. That means the government has actually, the RBI has asked all the banks to report their real NPA. Okay, bank has been hiding NPA till that time. So RBI gave instructions to the all banks saying that you need to report the NPA. So in 2015, what happens? The NPA actually got increased because banks were forced to report the NPA. Understanding it? So banks honestly tell the government that about the NPA. So government got a clear picture regarding the NPAs of different banks, and that is how then government started taking different steps to reduce the NPA, and government says that whatever we have taken the step that has started showing the results, and that is why we have the historic low with respect to the NPA, and the banks are the banking system, the health of the banking system has been improved. Okay, and also the most important thing is earlier the business, the entrepreneurs, they were taking loan from the banks. Now they started taking loans from non-banking sources. What does that mean? What is the impact? What is the impact? Very good, diversified. This is our system has become diversified, system has become deeper. That means it reduces the pressure on banking system. It reduces the pressure on banking system. Okay. Now if I talk about the labor market, unemployment rate declined. Women's participation increased. Extreme poverty rate declined. So with respect to the labor market, with respect to the social welfare, we have been doing good. Okay. So with respect to social welfare, we have been doing good. With respect to deficits, deficits means fiscal deficit declining, revenue deficit declining, primary deficit declining. You need the values or no? Fiscal deficit declining from 4.8 to 4.4. I just said 4.4, it is declining from 4.8 to 4.4. Revenue deficit declining from 1.7 to 1.5. I'm talking about 24, 25, 25, 26. Okay, this year versus last year. Primary deficit declining from 1.3 to 0.8. Revenue 1.7 to 1.5. Primary deficit declining from 1.3 to 0.8. Unemployment rate is actually declining. Government says that it was like 6% in 2017-18 to declining to 3.2% in 23-24. Rate is not important. That's the reason I'm not talking about the rate. Understanding it. So the economic survey says that with respect to global economy, we have been doing good. With respect to our own indicators, our own performance, except for one or two indicators like FPI or except for rupee depreciation, and that also is manageable. For all other indicators, we have been performing very well. With respect to GDP, we have been good. Inflation under control. Deficits, it's declining. Okay, labor market, social welfare, we have been doing good. Banking sector, we have been doing good. The health of the banking sector has improved. Understanding it. Unemployment rate declined. Female labor force participation, more females are participating in jobs. Understanding it. With respect to all these, we have been what? We have been doing good. And economic survey says that we are all set to grow at around 7% in the coming year. Economic survey actually gives us a range from 6.8 to 7.2. Okay, that actually depends on the global uncertainty, but we are all set to grow at 7%. Okay, so this is the performance of India versus itself. Did you get an overall picture regarding this? Yes or no? So we talked about the themes, we talked about the global scenario, we talked about with respect to global, how India has been performing, and we talked about with respect to India versus itself, how India has been performing. Now, next is what need to be done. Just take 2 minutes break. If you have any questions, you ask me, then we'll start. Numbers law. No, what it says is like in the coming year, It is basically export is going to decline. That is our assumption due to the global uncertainties.
Sir, can you tell me about the crowding effect?
എന്താണ് മനസ്സിലായില്ല?
Crowding in effect.
ക്രൗഡിങ് ഇൻ എഫക്റ്റ്. ഓക്കെ, നിങ്ങൾ എക്കണോമിക്സിൽ പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ലേ? ക്രൗഡിങ് ഇൻ എഫക്റ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ബേസിക്കലി ഗവൺമെൻറ് ഈസ് സ്പെൻഡിങ്, ഓക്കെ, ക്യാപിറ്റൽ എക്സ്പെൻഡിച്ചർ, പബ്ലിക്, അതായത് ക്യാപെക്സ് കൂടുന്നത്, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് മോട്ടിവേറ്റിംഗ് ദ പ്രൈവറ്റ് ടു ഇൻവെസ്റ്റ്. Understanding it? That is what is called the crowding in effect. Public increase in public capex leads to increase in private investment.
Okay, sir.
അതുണ്ടാവും. വേറെ ഇതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ ആക്ച്വലി എന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ what kind of data we collect, from where we collect the data, okay. Right. Now, we started saying that the theme of economic survey is entrepreneurial policy making in uncertainties. And we said that government should anticipate the risk and take policies accordingly. So economic survey actually says that there are 3 global scenarios for 2026. 3 global scenarios for 2026. Number 1 is managed disorder. Okay. Number 2 is disorderly multipolar breakdown. Number 3 is systematic shock cascade. Okay, so economic survey itself says that our theme is government should act like a business. Attitude should be business. So before getting into what needs to be done, we have to actually analyze, foresee what should be the possible scenarios. So economic survey actually gives us 3 scenarios. Okay, one is like managed disorder. Second is disorderly multipolar breakdown. And number 3 is systematic shock cascade. Economic survey says that first scenario 1 and scenario 2 is more possible to occur. Scenario 3 has got very less probability. Okay, 40 to 45% scenario 1, 40 to 45% scenario 2, and scenario 3 is just like 10 to 20% probability is there. Now, what is this managed disorder? Managed disorder, as the name indicates, there is disorder, it can be managed. Okay, there is disorder, it can be managed. So, survey actually says that whatever happened in 2025, the same thing will happen in 2026. The business as similar to 2025. But with what? More fragile or more distrustfulness happens among the different countries. Fragility will increase. Trust declines. So that means world will remain integrated, but trust deficit will be there. Okay. So economic survey says that last year US used a trade war. China playing hard game with India. That can continue this year also. That means geopolitical volatility, economic volatility will continue. Okay. In this scenario, government has got a major role to play. This is the first scenario. First scenario is business will continue as in 2025. Economic volatility will be there. Geopolitical volatility will be there. US will continue doing trade war. China will continue doing hard game with India. Okay. So this all will continue, but we can manage. If government actually can play a major role, it can be managed. This is scenario number 1. Fine. Scenario number 2 is disorderly multipolar breakdown. That means more power block division happens. Now it is happening, but it will become more deep. So what will happen? More fights happens, more trade war happens, more fights happen, more trade war happens. This will deepen the geopolitical rivalry. Okay. So what happens is like what? The global supply chain will get politicized. Financial market changes. Now in this scenario, what will actually happen is, for example, India will need to determine whether to maintain autonomy or growth or stability. I'll give an example. US will continue to say, don't trade with Russia. Okay. So US will actually punish us when we trade with Russia. So that means we need to compromise our autonomy. If autonomy is maintained, we need to compromise the growth. Understanding it? This is what is called the scenario number 2. This is with respect to India, with respect to all other countries. Same will happen. So it is basically what I'm talking about is, it is more fights happen, more trade war happen, geopolitical rivalry happens. Okay, supply chain will get politicized, and the big countries like the advanced economy will start dictating things to other countries. Understanding it? So what happens is, these countries will have to stick to one thing, either autonomy or growth. If autonomy is compromised, then growth can happen. If growth is compromised, then we can maintain autonomy. So that situation can happen. This is the second. Third is systematic shock cascade. What happens is, countries across the world, they will invest a lot in AI. Those who not will fall behind. Now, here the major thing is because of the trade war happening, the capital market will get affected. Okay, technology will get affected. So that means nobody will share technology. Geopolitical stress will increase, will amplify. So because of the trade war will actually result in what? Capital market getting affected, technology getting affected, nobody is going to share the technology with each other. Geopolitical tensions will amplify, and world will actually go into major crisis. An economic survey says that this crisis will be much more than the global financial crisis which happened in 2008. 2008 we had the global financial crisis. Okay, but this crisis will be much more than what? The global financial crisis will happen in, happened in 2008. But economic survey says that scenario 3 is least probable, least possible. This much is clear? Yes or no? Okay, so under these, like, if I talk about these scenarios, so scenario where what? Technology denial happens, scenario where export control sanctions happen, trade war happens, world getting into more crisis, supply chain disruption happens. In this scenario, we have set the target of achieving 7% growth, right? So economic survey very clearly say that in this scenario, if you want to achieve 7% growth, it is not possible only with stabilizing or performing good at macroeconomic indicators. Understanding it? Macroeconomic indicators means what? I'm talking about inflation, forex reserves, fiscal deficit, etc., etc. The economic survey very clearly says that we are actually seeing like what? These three scenarios can happen. If these scenarios happens, and we have set a target of 7% potential growth. Understanding it? So under these scenarios, because we are actually facing a very volatile, very uncertain world. Getting it? So in that scenario, only with macroeconomic stability or focusing only on macroeconomic indicators, that is not good enough to get us 7% growth. So the question is, in this regard, what kind of policy we should adopt? Understanding it? That is where economic survey says we need to adopt something called strategic indispensability. Got it? Is that clear? Where are we coming? I'm actually connecting it to strategic indispensability. See, the thing is, if you just read economic survey, whatever points which I've said, these has been given in different chapters. If I talk about this scenario, this has been given in preface. Okay, so what I have done is, like, after reading an economic survey, I have actually made it in a structured format so that you can easily have a structure to remember this. Okay, that is your takeaway from attending this class. Okay, so my job is like that actually makes easy for you to read the economic survey, because this scenario has been given in chapter preface. What to be done, it has been given in different pages of chapter 16 and chapter 1. So what I have done is, only thing is like, I have arranged everything into a structured plan. Understanding it? So that is where that importance that structure comes in. We talked about like theme, then we talked about world economy, then we talked about Indian economy, then India versus world, India versus itself, and coming to like what to be done. And before what to be done, I'm actually giving you certain scenarios which is given in the survey in the preface. Understanding it? So with this structure, you have to actually read economic survey. Then becomes easy for you. Okay. Now these, so what understanding under these scenarios, what kind of policy we should actually adopt? We should actually adopt strategic indispensability. So the question is, what is the route to strategic indispensability? To achieve strategic indispensability, step number 1, write down, step number 1, import substitution. Intelligent import substitution. Intelligent import substitution. Step number 2, strategic resilience. And step number 3, strategic indispensability. Step number 3, strategic indispensability. Okay, in very simple terms, if I talk about like what? Import substitution means what? Import substitutions means you are actually reducing the dependence on others. Right, we are reducing the import. That means we are producing it in India. That means what? We are building domestic capacity. Increasing the domestic capacity. Understanding it? Yes or no? We are increasing the domestic capacity. Strategic resilience. Strategic resilience means what? Strategic resilience means we need to actually withstand the external shock. If you want to withstand the external shock, what you should do? You should diversify. You should go for diversification. That means if one country is threatening India, threatening us, you diversify, friends. Understanding it? Now, strategic indispensability means what? Make India irreplaceable or non-substitutable in key global value chain. That means India should become that important that if anything happens in India, it affects world. Understanding it? If anything happens in India, it should affect world. So we should become a vital global node, or we should become a sole, the only supplier of certain products. Then everyone has to depend on us. Understanding it? To put it in different words, first one is what? Import substitution. It means what? Can we make it at home competitively? That is the first question. Can we make it at home competitively? Second is strategic resilience. That means if the world breakdowns, if world actually gives some shocks, whether we'll be able to function. Understanding it? That is number 2. And number 3, if we break down, can the world keep functioning? Understanding it? That means we have to become that much important. If something happens to us, that will affect the world. Is that clear? Okay. Now getting into these details. So economic survey says that these are actually the 3 pillars of what? Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, if I talk about import substitution, okay, before that, okay, if I talk about import substitution means we have to produce things locally. If we want to produce things locally, we have to save our forex. We should have money, right? We should get more forex. But economic survey says that this is good. This is the first step. This is basically the route towards what? Strategic indispensability. This is not our goal. Import substitution is never our goal. It is only the route towards strategic indispensability. Import substitution is good. Intelligent import substitution. Understanding it? So it is basically that is good. That should not be our goal. Strategic resilience. For example, if I talk about China, China is having what? Is controlling the global supply chain. China have multiple connection with rest of the world. Understanding it? China has got more resilience. If US cut the line, China still able to export to other countries. Getting it? Yes or no? Because China has actually diversified. Understanding it? Step 2 is also not our goal. That is only a path towards what? Strategic indispensability. What is our goal? Our goal is strategic indispensability. You are resilient. World cannot, but we have to make sure that world cannot move without you. You become that much important. China has got lithium. China very well knows that world cannot move without China. Understanding it? So for these 3 to happen, that is the step 1, import substitution, step 2, strategic resilience, then we'll reach strategic indispensability. For these 3, that means to reach a strategic indispensability, how can we reach? The state should have the attitude of entrepreneurial state. Understanding it? For these to happen, number 1 is the state should have entrepreneurial attitude, state should have risk-taking attitude. Understanding it? Then the market. You read the what is the theme 3? What is the theme 3? The third theme. State capacity, society, deregulation. Okay, so what economic survey says is to reach what is called strategic indispensability. That means through step 1 and step 2, we are reaching step 3. Okay, for these 3 to happen, state has got a major role to play. Then market or private sector has got a major role to play, and also citizens has got a major role to play. What is the role of state? State should have attitude of an entrepreneur. State should have a risk-taking attitude. Understanding it? Market, private sector. Private sector should actually change from rent seeking to nation building. Understanding it? Rent seeking to nation building. I'll come to that. And number 3, citizens. Citizens, their role is delayed gratification and civic duty. So economic survey actually gives us 3 scenarios. An economic survey says that first and second scenario has got more probability to happen. So in that particular scenario, economic survey talks about what kind of policy we need to adopt. We need to adopt strategic indispensability. But you cannot reach strategic indispensability all of a sudden. It's a step-by-step process. Step 1 is import substitution. Step 2 is strategic resilience. Then you will reach strategic indispensability. Strategic indispensability means you are become so much important that nobody can actually ignore you. Okay, so to reach strategic indispensability, economic survey says that it is not only the role of state, it's a combined effort. State has got a role, market, private sector has got a role, citizen also has got a role. What is the role of state? Economic survey already said, state should have a attitude of an entrepreneur. State should have a risk-taking attitude. Okay. Number 2 is private sector. Private sector means they should actually change from rent seeking to nation building. Not only making profit, to nation building. Citizens, delayed gratification, and they have certain civic duty. Okay, so all these 3 has got a major role in making India from step 1 to step 3. Is this clear? Yes or no? Yes. Now, if I talk about import substitution, okay, economic survey says that import substitution, first thing is we should understand that this indigenization, what is indigenization? Making everything in India. It should not be emotional. It should be calculated. Okay, we should not make everything in our country. That is not required. That is the reason economic survey uses the term intelligent import substitution. So we need to prioritize it. Don't go for complete indigenization. Swadeshi is a good policy, but Swadeshi should not be emotional. It should be a well-calculated move. So for that, economic survey actually divides it into 3 category. Okay? Getting it? First, tier 1. Tier 1 is high urgency. So import substitution, tier 1 is high urgency. In bracket you write non-negotiable. And there should be rapid scale up. Okay, for example, defense, non-negotiable. Energy, non-negotiable. Power, electronics, these are not negotiable. Rapidly you have to what? Scale up. Getting it? So economic survey uses the term Swadeshi should not be emotional, Swadeshi should be well calculated. And it also gives a plan. Don't make everything in India. That is not required. It actually makes a plan, divides it into 3. Tier 1 is high urgency, non-negotiable. In this sector, you have to actually rapidly scale up, take measures to make it in India. Example, defense, energy, power, electronics, etc. Clear? Tier 2. Tier 2, strategic core, in bracket, feasible, time-bound manner. Time-bound support. For example, industries, machineries, electric vehicles. It is not urgent, but you have to have a plan to make it in a time-bound manner in the long term. Okay. Third, low urgency. Low urgency. Do not indigenize. Do not indigenize. What economic survey says is, if I look at general consumer goods, don't indigenize it, you import it from friendly nations.
Sir,
Yes.
tier 2, tier 3 examples ഒന്ന് പറയുമോ?
Tier 2 example, what I said is industries, manufacturing, electric vehicles, etc. That means time-bound protection is there. High urgency means you should rapidly scale up it at any cost. It is very critical. So our policy is very simple. We cannot make everything. Okay, we should have a what? Intelligent indigenization, not complete indigenization. Now, with respect to the state, so economic survey has given a plan for import substitution. Then for strategic resilience as well as like strategic indigenization, economic survey says that states plus citizens plus private sector has got a major role. Now what is the role of state? If I talk about the state should act as an entrepreneur. State should act as an entrepreneur. State cannot be a parental state. It should not be a regulative state. Okay, so the role is actually beyond regulation, like an enabler, as we discussed. It's an entrepreneurial state, enterprising nature. Okay, not regulating. And also economic survey said that it is not complete privatization. It is not complete government control also. It should be in such a way that the state should actually enable the risk taking. That means state should actually develop some incentive structure for the firms so that firms can take some risk and state can even support the firm whenever it is required. Understanding it? So it is basically like what? It is basically, it is more like an enabler. More like an enabler. Why economic survey not asking us to indigenize consumer goods, sir? I already told you. It is basically, we cannot make everything. Everything is not possible. So we have to go for intelligent indigenization. Otherwise, what happens is like what? We spend all the forex in making what? Making whatever we have in our country. So that is not required. This consumer goods, it's like you have different sources. You can actually import it from friendly nations. Okay. Right. Now, economic survey actually gives some examples. What should be the role of state? Economic survey gives the case study of Japan. In Japan, the bureaucrats are not punished for honest project failures. Understanding it? In Japan, who should implement all these policies? It's the bureaucrats. So bureaucrats are actually what? Are not punished for their honest project failures. So we should actually focus on the long-term outcomes rather than the process compliance. Okay, that was the case study takeaway from Japan. Understanding it? Economic survey give examples from South Korea, where conditional support is given. Okay, South Korea is actually giving support for export, but if a target is missed, support is withdrawn. Understanding it? So everyone will be able to have incentives to achieve the targets. Singapore. Regulatory speed is a competitive advantage. No unnecessary regulations. Understanding it? So economic survey says that in India, we need failure tolerance. Failure tolerance means, see, we should have a clear distinction between honest error and corruption. If the intention is right, if the intention is honest, should not be punished. So honest error and corruption, there should be a clear distinction. Because state is an entrepreneurial state. State has to enable things. State cannot do things always. State should encourage what? Risk-taking firms. State should support firms. Okay, so state should take a risk. State should actually encourage people to take risk as well. Understanding it? So there should be a change. It should not be a parental state. Understanding it? So economic survey says that our current policy is actually, our current state is actually policing that should move to problem solving. Okay. Currently, we are actually focusing on process compliance. This should need to move to outcome ownership. Understanding it? This is what state should do. So role of state should actually change its role from policing to problem solving. Now what actually happens is, whatever bureaucrats does, like they have the fear of this audit or like court, vigilance. Understanding it? This finally leads to what? Policy paralysis. So honest errors should be distinguished from corruption. So we should actually move from policing to problem solving. Process compliance to outcome ownership. Process compliance means what? Did you follow the rule? That is process compliance. Outcome ownership means what? Did you solve the problem? Understanding it? Did you solve the problem? Yes, done. So we have to actually move from what? Process compliance towards outcome ownership, in case that similar to that of Japan. So focus on problem solving rather than did you follow the rule. Understanding it? So this is actually the role of state. Now what is the role of market or private sector? Private sector. It should be like what? From rent seeker, it should become what? Nation builder. Okay. So private sector should move from a beneficiary to enabler. Rent seeker, it should focus only on profit. It should become nation builder. Nation builder means what? It should focus on long-term capabilities. It should focus on building R&D. It should focus on skill development, not the immediate profit. Understanding it? So private sector, currently their mindset is that of a beneficiary. That should change. They should become the trustee of national power. They have got a major role in nation building. They should invest in, not in the things which will actually get immediate profit, in nation building, R&D, skill development, etc. Understanding it? And the third one is citizens. What economic survey says? Economic survey says that it is delayed gratification. Citizens has got a major role. Delayed gratification. Delayed gratification means, see, you take some steps today, you will have some loss. You will have some loss. Gratification is delayed. Instead of instantaneous gratification, it is delayed gratification. Understanding it? You are preparing for UPSC, you are sacrificing many things. Understanding it? But your delayed gratification, you will actually result in the long term. Short-term discipline, long-term value. This is what is delayed gratification. This is what economic survey says. So one is delayed gratification. Short-term discipline, long-term value. Understanding? So instead of instantaneous gratification, we should actually what? We should actually focus on delayed gratification. There will be some losses now, but gratification is delayed. You will have it in later stage. Also civic duty. Civic duty means what? As a citizens, we have certain duties. For example, Traffic rules, follow the traffic rules. Tax compliance. Understanding it? So this will actually result in economic efficiency. So economic survey says that, see, every citizen has got certain duty. Following traffic rules, or like paying taxes on time, tax compliance, etc. Now economic survey says that when citizens do not self-regulate, then state is forced to spend additional resources for regulating it. Sharila? Understanding it? So state should actually spend what? The scarce capacity they have. So all the capacity, all the resources will be diverted to what? Policing rather than development. Understanding it? So all citizens, we must actually think ahead. We must think for the future. Understanding it? So we have certain civic duties that will actually help the state to focus more on, to allocate more resources towards development rather than policing. Understanding it? So economic survey says that you have it like states have certain role, private sector has got certain role, citizens has got certain role, and this is nothing but strategic indispensability. Okay, so state, what is the role of state? Let go and lead. Should not be a regulator. Let go. Focus on the outcomes. Understanding it? What is private sector? Compete on quality. Compete on quality. Private sector. Citizens, prioritize duties over rights. So economic survey says that if India want to fulfill its potential, that is 7% growth in the coming year, because the world is very fragmented, the alliances are narrowing. Alliances are narrowing. There is something called as resource nationalism happening. Control of natural resources, that is called resource nationalism. Understanding it? For example, like you can, everyone is actually focusing on what? Focusing on their own interest. US has actually passed an act called what? Genius Act in July 2025. Right? It is basically allowing the private companies to create what? The US dollar backed what? Stable coins. It's a kind of digital currency. What is the risk? What is the impact? What is the impact? It's basically like capital flight happens from what? From emerging economies like India. It actually destabilizes our economy. Understanding it? AI threat is there. Developed nations following that beggar thigh policy. What is beggar thigh policy? Okay. Getting maximum benefit. For example, when a country deliberately devalues its currency, what happens? Its export becomes cheaper, other countries' imports becomes more expensive. So this is the world we are in right now. Understanding it? Alliances are narrowing, Resource nationalism happening. One second. Resource nationalism happening. AI threat is there. And also world is actually undergoing a lot of uncertainties. So if India want to achieve that 7% growth rate, it is not only possible focusing on what? Focusing on macroeconomic stability, macroeconomic indicators. We need to actually move towards what is called as strategic indispensability. And for that strategic indispensability, we have to actually start moving from import substitution to strategic resilience to strategic indispensability. And that is not possible only with the state. State has got a major role, like an entrepreneurial policy it should have. And also apart from that, it should have something like what? The citizens has got major role, and as well as the private sector. They should actually move from that rent-seeking behavior to nation building process. And for citizens, they have to actually focus on the civic duties and on delayed gratification. Okay, so all this will actually give us what is known as strategic indispensability. It is a situation where nobody can actually ignore India. The world cannot move without us. So we should have a position, a major position in the global value chain. Understanding it? So nobody can actually ignore us. And if this is, for this to happen, it will actually what? India has to move from ruler's Raj to citizen Raj. Understanding it? Ruler's Raj to citizen's Raj. Ruler's Raj to citizen Raj is nothing but state becoming more entrepreneur, state becoming more enabler. Citizen's Raj means what? It is basically citizens more aware of their civic duty, delayed gratification, etc. Understanding it? And thus, we can reach the stage of strategic indispensability. That's it. I hope you have got a structure. Yes or no? So next class, what I will do is, next class, I think we'll actually start with chapter 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, it's like the chapters focusing on inflation, external sector, fiscal policy, monetary policy in detail. Okay, so we have like more detailed discussion regarding those macroeconomic indicators, and plus we need to actually talk about AI, evolution of AI in our country. Okay, so next class will be on Wednesday, and you have at 4 hours, Ritesh sir will be taking. Sir will be actually taking the chapters which I told you, the economic development and social development part. Okay. Any questions from your side? Just wait for 5 minutes. I think Vishnu sir wants to talk to you. Just wait for 5 minutes. Any questions? Okay, I want you to read the preface of original economic survey. You can download it, and chapter 1 of economic survey. Okay. Right, thank you.
Hello. So I'll just take the feedback for today's class and then I'll leave. So I'll share the feedback form in the economic survey group, also in the PCM group of current batches. So please do fill the form right now. So I've posted the form in the economic survey and budget group. You can fill it. The PCM students can fill it from the PCM group itself. Okay. I shared it in all the groups, I guess. Okay, you can leave if you fill it. Thank you.